Alrighty, I think we've got everything set up and ready to go. Wait, where am I? There's my plans. Alright. Yes, alright. Let's do this. Oh wait, first I'm gonna turn it down a little bit for myself. There we go. Alright. Hi! Hello everyone. Happy Choomsday. We are back to a normal schedule. Hope you are doing well. I hope you are enjoying yourselves. Hope the week is off to a good start. It is good to see you. Let's say hi to everyone. Hello, Artemis. Hope you're doing well. I've been okay. Well, last week was kind of crazy. But, it actually wasn't too bad. It was busy, but it wasn't too bad. Aside from, the smoke and the incident. I'm doing okay. Hello, Standing. Happy Choomsday to you. I hope you're doing well. Hello, lurkers. Oh, did the counters not work? No. Let me check that. Oh, fuck. It completely broke. Hang on. Yeah, welcome back. Hello, Mage. Good to see you. Welcome in. Happy Tuesday. Sorry, 1 second. The command broke. I think by broke, I mean it completely lost the connection to VTube Studio. That sucks. Let me see if I can solve this really quickly. Now it says... Alright, let me try reconnecting it and see if that will make it happier. Okay, so that's reconnected, and then if we go up here... I wonder, can I do this? There we go. Alright, I just need to turn off and on again. Honestly, I need to do that with myself sometimes. I saw a great meme the other day. It was like, when you wake up with a hangover or with a headache, and it's like, no, you don't get to do this. I turned you off and on again. You don't get to still have problems. Yeah, how are you all doing? How's your week going? I don't know if I said already, we got a little scrambled at the beginning, but hello, lurkers, and hello, VOD watchers. It's good to have you all here. And yes, we are back on a normal schedule. Thank you everyone again for putting up with the Sunday stream. It was good to have you all there. It does feel a little bit weird because, normally I can sort of check in with everyone and see how the rest of the weekend went. It was like, that was the end of the weekend, so I know how it went. I was there. But yes, I hope the week is going well. This week is not going to be quite as crazy. Last week ended up being a bunch of stuff at once, and I think this will just be kind of, get a hangover because, well, oh, good for you. Happy for you. Great. So yeah, this week should be fine. This week, so let me start up top, I guess, because that is something to... I was thinking about this. I got a good amount on the new model done today. It is coming along very well. I was noting on Discord. So the bug/task list hit the big 5-0. Is actually now up to 51. But of those, about 34 are complete. Sneak peek? No, you'll just have to be there. Please look forward to it. So I was thinking about this while I was out getting dinner. I think there is a not unrealistic chance of getting the entire task list done this week. It doesn't mean it's necessarily going to be done, but all of the primary work will be. So then the following week will be polishing, testing, bug fixing, getting everything set up and ready to go, right? Um, I was mentioning to my friend possibilities about going on a trip because we had sort of floated the idea um, at one point of heading out on a trip for a couple of days. And, I mentioned it while I was on the hike on Saturday. And then he messaged me and it's like, started actually making concrete plans and like setting times for everything. I'm like, okay, I guess we are doing it. I guess this is going to be a thing. So that's gonna be the last week of August. Basically the last weekend. We're still sort of finalizing everything, but yeah, be like 4 days or so. Heading out, doing a bunch of hiking, seeing sights, um, sampling the local delicacies, stuff like that. It'll be fun. But what I think that will ultimately mean is I'm going to try and finish up the task list this week. And then that'll leave about 2 weeks to, what's the word? Sort of get everything else up and ready to go. And if that all goes according to plan, which admittedly is kind of a big fingers crossed, but we can believe, we can dream. I think I would want to have the debut on a Saturday. So we would probably move it to the Saturday after I get back. And that makes sense, right? Because then I would be able to get back, get everything set up. I wouldn't be like scrambling to do it right after coming back from the trip and, being exhausted and sore and whatever else. So depending on how this week goes, looking at the calendar, we might lock in for Saturday the 5th. I might go ahead and say that's going to be the debut day. Because that even allows for a little bit of wiggle room, because that's 3 weeks. Barring any surprises or catastrophes, I think we can do that. So, yeah, let's see how that goes. So it'll be right at the start of the September, it'll be the debut of the new model. So yeah, that's kind of the thing. And yeah, that weekend of the 28th to the 31st, right in there. Still need to solidify exactly what dates, but there will be a couple of missing streams in there. Just as a heads up to everybody, but I'll let you guys know once we have set the exact dates, and we will plan accordingly. And I'll do like a normal like full length stream the Tuesday before something, just to sort of make up for it as best as I can. You guys know how I like to do. But yeah, I really like doing the streams with you guys. I think I was talking about this at one point. I really like doing the streams with you guys, but I feel like while I am unemployed, while I don't have the rigid schedule that having a job requires, I should be making use of it and doing more travel and more adventures. War in the North is back on Steam. War in the North, I don't remember that one. So yeah, I'm still thinking about the possibility of a longer trip in November. There might be another like weekend out of town in September. That's kind of all I have planned out right now. But we'll see how things go, right? And yeah, the November one is really just dependent. I need to apply for a passport. I cannot find mine. I need to get a new one. Oops. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking at. That's what my week looks like. I'm probably mostly just going to be like plugging away, trying to get as much done at the model as possible, and really like get it ready to go, or not ready, but like checked off by Sunday. Um, I have been listening to more of Critical Role's Campaign 4. I'm not sure. Do they have a name for it yet? I just keep seeing it referred to as Campaign 4. But I don't know. I really like it. I like it so far. The characters are a lot of fun. I really love Tyranny. She's such a brat, but I love her. I think what is interesting to me is with a lot of these, I like the I like the characters that people come up with, and I like the storytelling. I like the narrative. But a lot of times with tabletop podcasts, I'll be listening to them and they meander a lot. There's a lot of filler. There's a lot of sort of fluff and like conversations that don't really go anywhere. And then combat happens. And combat can be a real slog through the mud, right? Like it's fine when you are playing it. But when you're watching other people play it, I can find it to be really just kind of like, oh, we're still here, you know? Taken off Steam due to an expired license with Middle Earth Enterprises. Huh. Okay, so I guess they resolved that? Interesting. I I don't know if I remember this game, like, at all. I remember the name, but I'm looking at pictures of it and I'm like, no. That's weird. So I'm only on to episode 2, and I'm sure they will have combat at some point. But for me, so far, it has just been the characters interacting with each other and Brennan's storytelling. I'm like, this is fun. This is good. I like this. I actually like this a lot. So I'm looking for it. I'll see how long I stick with it, right? Because I'm only on episode 2. They're currently in the 30s. And by the time I catch up, they will probably be in the 40s or 50s. So it's like, yeah, I'm not gonna. I don't know. I will probably end up falling off of it like I fall off of most of them, but we'll see. We'll see if I stick with it. What is going to impact my listening schedule on that is the Dota International starts tomorrow. And I love this. Once my thing, same role playing stays good. I'm sure it is. And especially like all of these players have been through this multiple times. Like they know how to do this. And Brendan is running this like a production, like a stage production, having people rotate in and out and everything. It's crazy. So I'm sure the RP will be fine. It's just whether I can keep up with the pacing or not. And I saw the timestamp on one episode. I'm like, bro, why is this 6 hours? I'm not going to be able to sit there for 6 hours. What are you doing to me? Come on, help. What was I saying? So, yeah. Figuring out the dates for TI has been a little bit annoying because it takes place in Shanghai. 1 point. Sure, yeah. Just have everybody sound like chipmunks. I do have to say, I do have to make a specific call out. Travis Willingham's RP voice for Teor is fucking sex, dude. It's so hot. It's so hot. Like, I've heard him voice act stuff before. I didn't realize he was not Omni-Man, the superhero in Dispatch. He's the kind of Superman-esque superhero in Dispatch. And like, he was really fun in that. I really liked him in that. And I've heard him, play the other Critical Role characters, and I'm sure I've heard him in other stuff that I can't even think of right now. But just something about this one is just like, he figured out how to get that like bass rumble to carry in his voice and like play up the lion aspect of it, and it's so good. It's so like, can we just like have him in this? He doesn't have to have a reason to be there. I just want him to say things. Play Thor. I can see him playing Thor. I can see him playing Thor. I think he is a good fit for that. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I like his voice. Taylor, the character, is fine so far. Like, it's fine. But yeah, God, the voice is just like completely carrying the performance. Thimble's pretty good. Tyranny is probably my favorite character, like personality and performance-wise so far. Though I think there's also sort of that aspect of her just being like a little too much for everyone around her as well. I don't know. Like, I don't know if her actress has been on Dimension 20 or Critical Role or any of these shows before. It's the first time I've seen her. But yeah, she is she feels very in her element, and I like it. So yeah, I like the show. We'll see if I can keep up with this one, because I tried with Neon Odyssey and I'm still stuck on episode 3. I tried with Mighty 9. I'm just like, I make no promises I'm gonna keep watching it. His character to fuck with the other players is a bit of. I do like that Matt's character is like the most antagonistic to everybody. It's like, I'm a player and I'm gonna make all of you regret it. But yeah, so the Dota International this year, all of the dates are a day later than it is because it's in Shanghai. So it crosses the international date line, and so it says that it's a day late, or the following day. I'm like, you're technically correct, but I need this like backtrack to my time zone. So I got it put into my calendar just to help keep track of it, but it's just like, this is annoying. I have not been keeping up with Dota at all this year. I have not been watching any of the tournaments. So I have no idea really where the scene is, but I always try to make time for the international, because it's the big one. It's like the World Cup, right? Like, even if you're not watching soccer games on the regular, it's like, okay, but this is the big one, right? This is special. So yeah, I'll have the group stages on in the background while I'm doing stuff and whatnot. But the main event is not until next weekend. Yes. So I'll be excited for that. I always love a little pro Dota. I don't touch the game itself. I don't touch the stuff. That shit's toxic. But it's fun to watch. It's fun to watch. It's fun as a spectator sport for me. Um so yeah, I'm plenty to keep up with. Probably might try and watch another show recently. I have been watching Ghost in the Shell. I'm caught up on that. I'm gonna be honest. This past episode might have been my favorite one so far. I thought the world building, the presentation of the world, the storytelling was okay. I have always had a bit of a problem with Ghost in the Shell that they just throw a lot of things at you very quickly. Right? Like, oh, here are the players and the parties involved and the locations and the governments and the organizations and the departments and you're just trying to keep track of all of it. And I keep having to like pause the video just to reread the subtitles and make sure that I'm not missing anything, and I still miss things. So there was a lot of that in this episode. So it was definitely a bit of an issue for me, but it was also not like, a new issue. Oh, did you fucking not save? I grabbed reference for Mookie for the drawing tonight, but I guess it didn't save it. Let me go find it again. 1 second. Ah, fucked up. What was I gonna say? So yeah, aside from that, like the location that they went to, the way that they presented it was very cool. I really liked that. Some of the ideas, and again, like just some very good storytelling of what the characters are going through, what they experience. I don't know. It was probably my favorite one of the series so far. Damn it, I had this and I'm annoyed because now I can't find it. Let's see if it's on the other video. Yeah, here we go. It's gotta be here somewhere. Oh, I fucked up. Oh, I wonder if it's on Discord, is where I saw it. It might be there. Nope. Apparently in Zero Company, you can customize the clone troopers. Decked out in pink. Well, I mean, if you're gonna slay, you might as well slay, right? Okay, that's not it. Oh, I can't believe this. I'm actually really annoyed right now. Fucking Pureth. Tell it to save and it doesn't save, and then it's like, do you want to save? And I say no because I thought I already did. Sorry, chat. Give me 1 second to figure this out. I feel like most people just kind of lean on the default slay emote. Like, some people will get their own for sure, but it's kind of not, required. Did she? I wonder if Crow took it down. Because I definitely saw it before. I don't know. Oh well. Let me just put together a little bit of reference from elsewhere, and unless this is it. No, this one's silhouetted. Fuck! Sorry. Sorry, unnecessary crash out. Okay. You know what? I'm just trying to think what to do here. You know what? I think this is actually fine. I think this is fine. I think we're fine. All right, yeah, let's pretend we're fine. And we'll go from there. Actually, this might be correct. I might have found like an older version or a different version. I don't know. I don't know what I found. Anyway. Sorry about that. I did see, so there are two interesting things. One of them you guys will probably not find very interesting, but so if you guys know ArtStation, the website, very popular as a portfolio site, particularly for professionals and game developers, has been sold to Sketchfab. So I guess Epic is really like focusing in on Unreal Engine and Fortnite and the game store. So there they are sort of selling off or consolidating everything that is not part of those main initiatives. So Sketchfab was very, popular for like 3D printing source files and all that. Bought it. So we'll see where that goes. I am hopeful that it will result in some changes to ArtStation's AI policy. Namely, that they get rid of it. But we'll see. We'll see if anything comes of that. I'm not necessarily going to be optimistic, but hopefully we'll see some changes to how the website is run. So it would be nice to use it more again. The other thing that is pretty decidedly not good is just very bad in general. So YouTube has made some updates to their partner program, namely getting into the partner program. So partner program ads and premium thresholds. To keep, I'm quoting off of the announcement here. To keep pace with the growth of YouTube, which now sees over 200 billion daily shorts views and over 1 billion hours of watch time per day, we're updating the partner program entry requirements for ads and premium revenue sharing for new creators. This won't impact creators already in the partner program. New creators applying for the partner program will need 8,000 qualified watch hours in the last year, calendar year, 365 days, or 20 million qualified shorts views in the last 90 days. The entry thresholds for our fan funding and shopping products remain the same. Taken together, these updates allow us to invest in new incentives programs that directly support creator growth and many business models that work across YouTube, yada, 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 and no one gives a shit. So I have multiple issues with this. Essentially, I believe they doubled they definitely doubled the requirement for watch hours. I don't know what the shorts view count was before. And apparently I am just massively underestimating the number of views shorts gets, because to me 20 million is like, are you fucking insane? But I guess people just doom scroll that many shorts that racking up 20 million views is like, sure. But this to me is okay. So quick aside, you guys might notice if you read the tags for the stream, I did swap one out because was a bit of a meme going around that one of the people at Twitch was basically saying like every streamer below a particular threshold is just dead weight for the platform. So um this feels like a very similar move to that. Like, if you're not racking up millions of views and thousands of hours of watch time, we don't care about you. We're not interested in working with you. And those numbers speak more to the quantity of the content that you are posting than the quality of it, right? It incentivizes low quality content because you can churn out low quality content much faster and have a better chance of hitting those quotas. And there's the obvious elephant in the room of how you would get that much content shat out that quickly. Like, content creators have for years been complaining about getting lost in the algorithm, drowned by low effort content slop, just inundating the platform. All of these things. And I feel like it says a lot that YouTube is just like, yes, that's what we want. We just want as much material as can be dumped onto the server as possible, which is wild to me. But I don't know. I mean, I feel like they made it pretty clear here that this is the intention. This is the model. So I don't know, make of that what you will, I guess. It's concerning to me, but it does feel like, because Critical Role, you know, in the not too distant, like pretty recently, they set up Beacon, right? Essentially made their own platform for streaming the shows and hosting this and that, because sort of in the same way that Brennan and his group set up Dimension 20 and Dropout way back when, you know, Critical Role team is kind of looking at this like, well, we should have a platform that we have more control over and we aren't dependent on their whims, because you just wind up getting jerked around that way. And obviously, trying to set up a platform all by yourself, or for your own self, is very hard. Trying to set up a competing streaming platform is virtually impossible. There have been a couple attempts and none of them have gotten very far. So for us little folk, I don't think there's a lot that can be done, but I can certainly understand for for people like Critical Role. It's like, yeah, if we can set up our own stream platform for running our shows, then let's look at doing that. So yeah, I saw that. I had to go double check it because I was like, are they serious? And they are. They are in fact serious. Sucks. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see what happens with it, I guess. Hopefully, at least the people that are already on there can continue to find some success, or at least, you know, stay stable. We'll have to see what happens. All right. With all that said, peek at another grim future. This timeline keeps finding fascinating ways to suck. I wish it would stop. But what you gonna do? What you gonna do? Just gotta keep your nips up. Alright. So one more thing. And then we can get started with the drawing. So we've got some art that we're gonna work on for today. And you know, Thursdays have been kind of up in the air. I had an idea. It's not gonna be a game dev thing, but it will be a 3D thing that I thought would be fun to work on. So it'll be a little side project, hopefully kind of a one-off for the evening. Hopefully we can get it done that quickly, but we'll see how it goes. So I think we'll try that out on Thursday, and then if we finish early, we can do some drawing, or we'll see. We'll see what it looks like. So yeah, that is the plan. But for right now, for tonight, we're gonna draw these little goobers. We're gonna see what that does for us. Okay, so where did we leave off with you? I think for one thing, I want to make the eyes bigger. I want to make the eyes bigger for sure. The shape is not bad. They're just, I think it makes the face look a little bit weird that the proportions of it are off the way that they are. Also, the eyes need to be like fully open, or else they look a little droopy and tired. That's better, I think. This one's going to be more obscured by the hair, so it's not quite as important. Also, I came up with an idea for the background that I think will be a lot of fun. So we're gonna play with that a little bit once I get these kids blocked in better. I was thinking about it after the stream because that was still sort of a question mark for this drawing. I'm like, why do I feel like I need to do an environment that like makes sense from a realistic perspective? Like, it's my drawing. It can be wherever I want it to be. Oh, Artemis, if you're still here, I think you were asking during the warm up. The music is from Zone of the Enders, or it was. That looks way better already. I'm still disappointed that we don't have. I mean, I would love a Zone of the Enders 3, but just someone to make a game in the styling of it. Initially, when I first saw Mecha Break, I thought it was going to be something Zone-like. And then it turned out to be what it was. And then it turned out to be what it was. But there was a brief moment where I was like, oh? Oh? And I was very excited. Oh, there was. So there wasn't any proper announcement from Hello Games. Though Murray did sit down with an interview, did an interview, and basically kind of confirmed a lot of my suspicions about why they didn't say anything. We kind of could never stand. Sorry, my park broke out in the pit, a huge crisis. Well, rip that park. I suppose it is true to the narrative, though. So, quoting from the Kotaku article, I thought we would have chatted about Light No Fire more by now. Murray told me in an interview last week, part of a victory lap to mark the 10th anniversary of No Man's Sky. We dropped a trailer like 2 years ago, 2.5, and I had a plan of like, okay, we'll do this, we'll tease it. It's how I saw the 90-second trailer, and now I know what we'll show next. We'll really explain the game. He had planned to provide a deeper dive into what players would actually spend their time doing in Light No Fire roughly 6 months later at the Summer Games Fest in 2024. Instead, there has been nothing. Oh my god, it's Rudolph! Hello, readers. Welcome in. Welcome in. Happy Choomsday. I hope you're doing well. Hello, Peachy. Hope you had a very good stream. What were you up to? For those of you who do not know, my name is Chisei Kaiga. I go by Kaiga. I'm a Jupiter Brain Cell VTuber. I mostly do art and I play some games and chill with the tunes and just have a good time. How was your stream? How was the art? Would you like to do art tags? No pressure, but we always appreciate some good art taxes around here. And of course, if you have to do any post-stream care, what clean up? Yes, links are open. If you gotta clean up, get something to eat, something to drink, stretch, get on to bed, please do take care of yourself. But you're more than welcome to hang out. We're just gonna be working on this art piece for tonight. Interesting. Like a monster character. Nice. Oh, it's a new offline screen. Let me get this really quickly. There we go. I'm just gonna drop it in. Nice. Yeah, it looks great. I really like the face. It was well done. Oh, okay, I see it now. I see what's going on. Well, thank you for sharing. That's looking really good. Are you finished up with it, you think? Yeah, I really like the way you did the eyes. And animated someday. Nice. Well, excellent work. It's a very good screen. And thank you for sharing. Yeah, like I said, your guys, you all of your raiders are very welcome to hang out. We're gonna be chilling out here, and everyone, please do check out Peachy later. Make some looks like they make some very fine artwork. What was I looking at before? Right, so we talk about Light No Fire and why that's been MIA for 2 years now. Goodness, more like 2.5. Um, so yeah, quoting Murray again, I had actually intended that we were going to show it 6 months later, but you know, we've shot up to the Steam wish list charts. We're like number 2 on there. And I was like, okay, that's enough. You know, we don't need to say anymore. Why do marketing? And you know, No Man's Sky quite famously went on a huge press tour. Ichi, thank you for the follow. Yes, I hope you have a very good look. Do whatever care you got to do, but I really appreciate you coming by and bringing your community with you. So yeah, like Hello Games and especially Murray personally took some very hard lessons in the press circuit with No Man's Sky, and you know, have spent the last decade rebuilding their reputation, clawing it back, and you know, not just like earning back everyone's trust, but earning their respect. You know, Hello Games went from being utterly reviled to being one of the most popular developers in the industry. To the point that, yeah, they announced Light No Fire, and like they're number 2 on Steam wishlists. Like, I have said this about GTA 6, right? That Rockstar doesn't need to do a marketing circuit for it. They can just say GTA 6 and drop a release date, and people will clear their schedules. You know, it's like back in the day when a new Dragon Quest would come out, and Japan basically like shut down for a day because so many people were going to be out playing Dragon Quest. It's like, yeah, we're not getting anything done. So yeah, they just kind of said like, well, everyone knows that it's here. Everyone knows that we're going to be doing it. So let's just cook. So yeah, Murray says he sits and plays Light No Fire most days, and the game's tech is frequently mentioned in updates about new features for No Man's Sky. He wouldn't tease a release window or even confirm if he has an idea in his own head of when the game will be ready, but he did say that the team, which is only around 50 employees, has been ready to show more of it for a while. I don't think people realize just how ambitious and crazy the game is, he told Kotaku. I look forward to people finding out and showing it to them. But I'm very happy right now, just working on it, in my own little cave, and not having to worry about anything, trying to pretend the outside world doesn't exist right now. So yeah, it sounds like the development of it is going quite well. And we do see little teases of it in the tech that gets ported back to No Man's Sky. But it sounds like, yeah, they're probably just gonna sort of continue to sit and cook with it until they're like really happy with the end result, which I think is smart, right? If there's nothing pressuring them to get it out by a certain point, why rush to get it out before it's ready? You know, with some studios, there is absolutely the requirement of, well, you know, we've sunk X amount of money into the release or the development of the game, and we don't have anything recouping those costs. We need income. So we have to put the game out, you know, at this point, come hell or high water, because you know we have loans coming due, we have to pay our employees, so on and so forth. You know, not ideal circumstances, but sometimes those things just happen and you can't really avoid it anymore. But Hello Games, despite releasing free update after free update, is making enough money, I'm assuming just off of people buying new copies of the game, and I don't think there's even paid cosmetics. Like, there's stuff that you unlock playing the expeditions, but I don't think there's anything you can buy. But they continue to function. So yeah, I will continue to be excited, but wait to see what they come up with. I'm going to drop the head down a little bit. I think it makes a teeny bit long at the moment. Yeah, it feels better. They did release a 10th anniversary video, just sort of going through the timeline of all the updates and, you know, the state of the game and the progress that it's made, you know, the journey that it's been on since the beginning. And at the very end of it, they teased that the next update is called Cosmos. They didn't show anything from it. They just, at the very end, did like a sort of almost alien style slow reveal of the name. Which of course had the subreddit going crazy of, what could it be? Which, I mean, shit, I don't know. If I were to speculate, if I were to put on my content creator speculator hat and be like, I think it's gonna be about this. I'm just gonna drop a random hot take. So Cosmos is definitely like space oriented, right? It doesn't sound like something that would be like focused on the planet side gameplay, which is good because I think space kind of continues to be a less interesting element of the game than the planets in most situations. Right. I feel like the only thing that you can expect from Hello Games is that they're going to do things that you can't expect them to do. Like they're going to find a way to come at you. So my pie in the sky guess. I don't know if I really believe this, but I'm just gonna throw an idea out. My guess is that they are reworking how star systems work. I think I'm guessing that they are going to actually like build out a spatial star system. Because right now, the stars in a system are just part of the backdrop, right? You cannot fly to a star in a given star system, and all the planets are just sort of floating in a fishbowl, you know, in an approximate position to each other. So it's not like Elite, or I mean X4 does the same thing actually. So X4 is a bad example, but it's not like Elite where you go to the Sol system or the Alpha Centauri system and or the Sirius system, and there is a star that you can orbit around, and then there are planets that are moving around the star with actual orbital mechanics. Well, so Elite has like rotations, right? All of the planets and bodies are on orbits, but the orbits aren't changing or updating based on actual physics, right? They just follow their path. And there've actually been a couple of very funny situations where some some planets, their sort of mathematics of how they orbit around cause them to run into each other. Which is like, yes, I mean, this does happen in real life. But the game does not have the corresponding literal world-ending scenarios that would happen if such an event were to occur. So I would not be surprised. My pie in the sky guess is Hello Games is introducing actual star systems, like spatially realized star systems with stars that you can go see. And the planets will the planets and moons will actually orbit each other. That's my guess. I don't think I'm right, but man, it would be fucking crazy if I am. I would be a little suspicious, if only because I'm actually going to leave the Ahoge for the paint over. We don't need to line it in right now. I feel like a lot of the technical things that they have been, including in No Man's Sky over the last like 2 years or so have been, improvements as a result of working on Light No Fire, right? Of like, oh, we have done a major overhaul of the graphics and rendering system, and we can port that in. much more diverse and intricately realized planets, customizable ships, creatures that you can capture and interact with and use as companions or put into arena fights a la Pokemon. So on and so forth. And I don't necessarily see how like a realized star system is something that could be implemented in Light No Fire. Could be wrong. Maybe there's something that I'm not seeing, but it does feel a little specific to No Man's Sky in a way that they might not be focusing on or thinking about very much at the moment. But with all that said, I do appreciate that they said something, right? I think it is important, especially after 2 years of where's this game? Even if they're not saying like, here's the release date or here's an update on it, specifically just to sort of give that explanation of, yeah, here's why we haven't said anything and we are working on it. We are happy with the progress. We just, you guys remember what happened the last time we went through this. And frankly, there is such a thing as oversharing. Like, even outside of the press tours, going on freaking talk shows like they did for No Man's Sky to get the word out and hype the game. So on and so forth. Star Citizen does updates on like a monthly and weekly basis, and all the content creators are keeping up with it, usually on a daily basis even. And it's like, there's not really that much that you can report on week over week, especially not day over day. And that can honestly have kind of a negative effect, I think, because you're looking at it and you're like, why has nothing moved? It's like, because it's been 2 days since the last time you asked. And development doesn't work that quickly. And I think sometimes you are kind of better off just being like, yeah, we're here. We'll let you guys know when we have something substantive to share. All right. I think that hand looks pretty good for right now. Oh, I try and slender it out a little bit. But it'll get us in the right place. Put the little tip of the tail back here just to sort of finish the shape, finish the idea. I think I'm putting more work into Mookie's outfit. One, because her outfit is more complex than mine. Two, I know my outfit better. I'm gonna have to sort of figure out a lot of hers. I was watching a video Kyle Hill put out today, talking about in Finland, they have, I think they have a few nuclear reactors in Finland, but obviously one of the issues, very sort of hot button issues forever, has been, what do you do with nuclear waste? Right? Nobody wants it. Nobody wants to deal with it. And essentially what they devised was a burial system. Of we have this facility. It is right near to the reactor, so that we don't have to transport the waste very far. We put it into this, I think it's like a boron steel canister. And then we put that inside a copper canister to resist corrosion. And then we put it on a robot. And then the robot goes into the storage facility and goes like 400 or 500 meters underground and deposits it into this chamber. And then the chamber gets filled with this sort of material that reacts to water and sort of inflates when it comes into contact with water to prevent water corroding the canister to avoid the canister getting jostled around. And the whole thing, when all is said and done, is expected to be like good, graded safe for approximately 200,000 years. It's like, oh, well, okay. It's like, at that point, we will have figured out a better solution, or it won't really be a problem. Yeah, just take, the entirety of human history and then double it and then do 10 times that. And that's about how long you're looking at. So it sounds like it should be pretty good. I think you got a pretty good system there. One of the things that they were, really sort of stressing in the video, though, was, obviously they've put a lot of work into what is this system going to be, what is it going to look like, how is it going to function, and what a lot of the or what some of the people that we're talking to is like, a lot of why we can do this is because we have put a lot of effort into trust, right? Communicating with the public, explaining what our plans are, building up a level of trust so that when we say we want to do this and this is our plan, people believe and go along with it. Like, a big part of it is the community that all of this facility is set up in were involved in the voting process to approve it, right? It wasn't just some governmental or corporate mandate. Like, they got to say, okay, we think you have a good plan, go for it. First game of double and pass. Yeah, just double and pass the whole of human history. Also, apparently, like the current waste facility that this is set up for is only designed to be open until 2100. At which point they seal the entire chamber, like the entire waste chamber, and the sort of spiraling tunnels leading down to it. So it's not like, oh yeah, we're going to be using this forever. It's like, no, we are going to fill it for the next 75 years or so, and then it's done. Then we just seal it off, put the warning labels up, and we move on to the next site. And again, by 2100, hopefully better technology will have come along so that you're not just constantly producing more nuclear waste. That said, I'm gonna soapbox a little bit because I was very pro-nuclear for a while, and then I kind of became anti-nuclear when I was seeing like the ways that it could be misused, or if it were not handled appropriately. And obviously there was the whole Tohoku disaster, which I think made a lot of people very wary of nuclear power for a long time. But I've definitely, I think, come back to being in support of it. And obviously, like, the waste is a big concern. Understandably so. But I think I would make the argument, and I have not checked the numbers to see if this is true. Like, yeah, a lot of fuel burning energy sources don't have big blocks of dangerous material that need to be sealed in the ground for thousands of years, but a lot of those are just blasting their waste product into the air instead. So it's not like the other ones are, have zero waste product. They just make it uncontrollable. Humans have this really like frustrating habit. Humans make fun of babies for not having object permanence. But then at the same time, it's like, well, I can't see it, so it's not a problem anymore. Meanwhile, the babies are like, what the fuck? Arm looks weird. I think I'm actually gonna kind of walk back what I was doing. Or have this more like tuck inwards like that. And this one, get rid of the halo for a minute. This is a bit easier to work with. This is kind of going out like this and then curling forward, right? Oh, it will be before you have a proper space elevator and just chuck the stuff into space with a not our problem attitude. So, Kurt's Gazette did a video on the idea of hurtling garbage and particularly nuclear waste into space, and the short answer is don't do it. Throw it at the sun. So Kurt's Gazette did a video. The funny thing is, I don't understand all of the math behind this, but trying to go down the gravity well, trying to get towards the sun rather than away from it, actually takes more energy. You essentially have to accelerate to get down on orbital level and get closer and closer to the sun. It's part of why a lot of the solar probes have been so difficult to navigate and require such complex maneuvers, because they essentially just need to like continually accelerate and use gravity assist to get to a point where they can just shoot themselves at the sun. You know, I've heard about that. I've also heard that the manhole cover probably just vaporized. Like, it could well be in space, but it might also just be plasma. So the elevator would remove a lot of the energy costs and make blasting garbage into space a complete waste. You would still need enough energy to get it to actually like achieve escape velocity and not just float around the elevator. Also, there's the problem of building the elevator. Yeah, we get out to the Sirius system and find like little aliens worshipping a manhole cover. We're just like, we fucked up. How do we fuck up so bad? They built a lot of things in 40K. Like hive cities. would not want to live in a hive city. It looks very... I feel like there would be privacy issues in a hive city. Would not get a lot of me time. There. I'm trying to remember if Kurzgesagt did a video on space elevators. I know a few people have looked at them and been like, is this possible? Like, kind of, but... In the grim dark future of the 41st millennium, the Imperium of humanity will kill you for any number of reasons, like so many reasons, but not for your orientation. So I suppose there's that, at least. A little bit of progress. Zombies are supreme leader. They made an entire chapter of soldiers. Keep him sedated in his chair. Okay, listen. I've seen what US Congress looks like. We don't get to judge. We don't get to judge about having zombified leadership, okay? Alright, these kids are starting to actually come out alright. The kids are alright. Also, I'm pretty sure Warhammer solves their problems of energy production with demons and hell. Which, I mean, I suppose that's a choice. Beautiful, clean, burning hellspawn. Let's finish up the other eye, and then we should flip it just to make sure that everything is still making sense, still lining up. These plasma reactors and something is the way more powerful Hellspawn. Imagine being a member of that chapter. Okay, this dude is not allowed to leave the chair. But he's on so much life support he isn't even conscious right now. I did not stutter. I'm absolutely borrowing a joke that I saw from another one. If they wanted the Emperor to move, if they wanted the Emperor to show any signs of life, all they would need to do is get all of the Primarchs or whatever together and have a barbecue and start arguing over who gets to run the grill. And dear old dad would just get right the fuck off that chair. I'm just saying, they should try it. Hey, Kupo. Welcome in, welcome in. How are you doing? Happy Choomsday. Hope the week is off to a good start for you. This a little too schnozzy. There you go. Yeah, I'm doing alright. It's going well. I'm just plugging away at the new model. It's getting there. It's coming along. Fortunately, most of my efforts are trying to wrap that up, but I'm getting close. Well, thank you. I'm glad you like it. Yeah, I wasn't 100% sure on this one, but the more we work on it, the more I'm starting to feel it. Good. I want him to wake up faster. Yeah, I feel that, Kupo. I was saying the other day, I do feel like those artworks are actually the really important ones to do, though. Like, the things that are experimental, the things that are unsure, require you to try new things. That's the stuff that you learn from, you know? Like, there's nothing wrong with doing comfort pieces, but experimentation is where you grow. And not every idea needs to be a 10 out of 10 banger. Sometimes you just gotta do stuff because it's interesting. You have that little spark of motivation. And that's enough. I realized I left the concept in the back at a low level, and it just kind of looks like there's a whole crowd pointing, which I kind of dig. It's kind of fun. But yeah, I hope it's going well, Koopa. Hope you can figure it out. Have a good time with it. Search. Wake up would be bad. The least impactful thing would be a massive civil war because the Emperor wanted an atheist imperium. He wakes up and is like, you dumb motherfuckers. I felt like I made this clear. Okay, mouth looks good. I'm happy with that. Yeah, I was listening to Critical Role before while I was working earlier, and there was one point where one of the characters is meeting with a member of one of the noble houses, and player does an insight check to sort of understand like how much of a power hungry scumbag is this guy that I'm talking with. And the GM sort of explains like, you've met various power hungry individuals of different types throughout your life, throughout your career. And like this guy is of the type that like to him it is obvious that he should be the one in charge, and everyone else is just sort of catching up to that fact. And the entire table just sort of let out like this shuddering breath of like, oh yeah, they all have met somebody like that. Like in their line of work, they have all met a narcissist of that caliber, of just like, I know exactly who that is. They could probably like think back to the exact person that meets that personality profile. It's like a little too close to home there, Brennan. I don't know. I always think of Jesus, finally coming back like everybody wants and just seeing a bunch of crosses pinned everywhere and being like, oh my God, what are you doing? Probably have some very choice words. And by choice words, I mean like psychically blowing up a planet. I won't get too specific with the hair. I'll just make sure that all the volumes and such are sitting where we want them to. Hey, Tanetic. Happy Choomsday. Good to see you. Hope your week is off to a good start. Welcome in. I'm gonna go ahead. I'm tired. Well, that's too damn bad. No, I'm sorry, Tanetic. I'm sorry you were tired of this, Grandpa. He'd be powerful enough to obey his eyes. Yeah, that's kind of my understanding. Is like he's essentially a god, which is exactly what he doesn't want, but then he kind of went and did it, so, you know. I mean, Warhammer is basically just ripping off of Dune in that regard. Just then they wanted to make it like so over the top metal. There you go. Okay, good enough on that front, and then that's good. Today was good. Physically drained from deep clean. Ooh, deep cleaning. I'm glad it was a good day. Hopefully you can get some good rest, recover. Good work today. E-bike has been. Oh, nice. Wait, you were like building it by hand? That's nuts. This is like an electric assist bike, or is this essentially a moped? In's dragon. I feel like I'm getting tricked into looking up a bad dragon thing. What? Electric scooters and e-bikes. Okay. Weird looking. That's so weird. Like, it's neat, but okay, yeah. It was kind of going in a D's nuts direction for a minute there. It looks, I don't know which one you got, but does it have pedals? 'Cause I see there's an electric bike and then there's like seated scooters. Okay. It almost looks like some kind of weird robot. I'm gonna need to clean up the rounding on that later. If he doesn't. No, though, I don't know. Like, especially folding bikes. I think back when I was commuting to the city, I definitely, a folding bike would have been very appealing because, yeah, it's like low profile, easy to stash at the office, and then, you know, take out to get to and from the bus. I know I complain a lot about, like, the e-bikes. I don't feel that my complaints are unreasonable, but I do see the appeal of them. I do see, and if I were using a bike to commute, I would definitely want to get an assist bike or like a fully electronic one just so that I didn't have to pedal everywhere and get all gross going to and from work. Yeah, a lot of the regulations that have sort of popped up in our area are basically saying like, hey, this is a motorized vehicle. You know, if it's an electric assist, right, that just has a little motor for helping to get up hills and whatnot, that nobody cares. These are like the ones that look almost like electric dirt bikes. Well, you shouldn't. I don't trust road drivers when I'm driving. I don't trust road drivers when I'm walking. I just assume that everyone on the road is actively trying to kill me. And sometimes that's been true. I don't trust drivers. That is a good philosophy to live by. But, you know, I definitely understand, like, if you're driving one of those little emo peds, it's like, well, I'm not going fast enough that this is a road vehicle. And that's fair, but when you're going on paths that are populated by pedestrians and cyclists, like, you are the fastest, heaviest thing there, and you are not in the same class as them. So you shouldn't be there. But yeah, bike lane is kind of like you do kind of have to share it. If it's a road bike lane, I don't fault anyone for being there. Though I do fault them for not wearing helmets. License is required if it exceeds 20 miles per hour, 750 watts. I think that makes sense, because at that point you are dealing with a vehicle that is predominantly motor powered. Like, I could probably, on my bike, burst up to close to 20 miles an hour if I had a hill. Like, if I were going slightly downhill, I could probably hit 20 miles an hour. I think my average bike, not average, like my sort of top on assisted biking speed is around 15 miles an hour. At least according to the roadside speedometers that I see. I don't know how accurate those are. Well, congrats on finishing it. I hope it works well. Do please be safe. Around here, a lot of drivers are generally pretty courteous, and I do appreciate that. I'm still very wary of them. I'm always keeping an eye out. But these calm days are urgent errands. No, I think that makes sense. Like, I tried for a little bit using my bike to run small errands, and I still can. I still like to, but, you know, if I'm doing, like, shopping or something, or going more than, like, a couple miles, it's hard to beat a car. There you go. Okay, I'm gonna call this good. I'm gonna say this is good. I'm gonna go ahead and clear all this junk out. I don't need it. It was good Sandy checking while we were getting the pose laid out, but... And whatever else is left, we will go from there. Yeah, our public transit has had some really good upgrades recently, and I really like it. It's very nice to have a train that I can actually use to get around. Really appreciate it. I just wish that it was easier to get to. Like, if I wanted to leave the car at home, I have to take like 2 buses to get to the train. And it's a huge pain in the butt. So, like, the best way to go about it is still to have a car. You're just not taking a car all the way. It's better than nothing, but it is still not ideal. But it is an improvement. Capable of driving due to untreated ADHD. Yeah, I could definitely see that being a problem. Being a challenge to resolve. Good. All right, I think that works. Let's just clean this up. I just want to, you know, try and have a pretty clean selection all the way around. Okay, so let's save that. And then we're going to do our normal selection business right here. We'll go ahead and get it right there. We'll go ahead and grab that. We'll grab that. So a little bit of context on what this particular drawing is about. Let me get this out of the way really quickly. There we go. We're just going to group these off and get rid of them. Man, that's not even a word. I don't know what I typed there. Sure, that works. That makes sense. All right, let's just start with Mookie's skin tone, because mine's going to be a whole lot more of a thing. So a little bit of context about like what this one is and why I'm doing it. So Mookie has been progressing towards a new model for quite a while, but is finally closing in on it. So I think she is looking to have her debut sometime around the same time as I am. Obviously, we're both still sort of figuring out when exactly the dates are going to be, but you know, getting there, getting close. So I don't know. It felt a little appropriate of just being like both of us waiting to finally do our debuts and being like, oh shit, there it is. It's time. There you go. That looks good. It could be UFO spotting. Oh wait, I missed a spot. All of this needs to get the fuck out. So yeah, I just wanted to do something for her and something to sort of commemorate that the long wait for both of us is finally just about done. Mookie especially has been waiting a really long time for this debut, so I'm really happy for her that it's almost here. I'm gonna double check something really quickly because I think this is correct. I just want to make sure. I made, as part of the debut, I finally got around to updating my model sheet. So that is about ready. I think it just reads a lot better than the previous one did. Hopefully it will just make more sense to people if anyone wants to use it. Also, a few details here and there that have been updated that the old one does not accurately reflect. And so it's worthwhile to go in and be like, hey, this is the actual situation, or this is the current state of things. Anything even happened with all that UFO shit? I feel like there was a very brief period of time where everyone was like, oh my god, they're confirming UFOs are real. And then it just kind of died. It just kind of petered out. And everyone was like, never mind. Okay. Where'd the halo go? Shit. Is it this one? Yes. I'll come back to that in a minute. All the smartphones, all we ever see, grainy videos from military planes. People thought the government was using it as a distraction. They ignored it. Fair. Probably accurate. You would think with all of the cameras that people have, many of them quite good, you would get more than like the occasional low resolution night vision recording from a like nobody else is seeing anything with anything better. Really? Like if you want to get really pedantic about it, I've seen unidentified objects. I've seen shit in the air that I'm like, what is that? And normally it's just like a plane that I saw at a weird angle. There we go. A lot of times I kind of have an expectation that humanity is going to like finally achieve some capability of space travel, like beyond just kind of hopping to the moon once every few decades. You know, actually start looking out at, you know, traveling to beyond the solar system and get out to the edge of the solar system and just find like a huge blockade of ships just being like, yeah, we've been watching. You should turn around. You should go back. You should go home. We don't want you out here. Just don't. Just don't. Right, I'm actually gonna do our temperatures on different layers because I think Mookie should probably be a multiply, whereas mine works as an overlay. And then let's grab the colors for the gem. Oh, it's so nice having such a cleaned up model sheet to work with. It reads so much better. shoot, I forgot the nails. 1 second. Oh, I gotta go double check. Oh, she's shown the hands yet. Okay, yep. So 2 of the nails are blue. Looks like. And then 1 of them, or the other 3 are pink. Yes. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead and do that now while we're looking at it, while I'm thinking about it. Nails are actually pretty long. A little bit right there. We'll have to paint that one in to fill the idea out, but we'll get to it. Good. Okay, let's do some of her outfit. Good. And then we're gonna fill this in the right place. That needs to do that. And then you need to have white trim lines, so it goes like that. And has our 2 little heart patterns right there. And you make a triangle like that. And some white trim around the zipper here. And then there'll be some white lacing that we'll put through there, but I'm not going to worry about it right now. Okay. And then we just need the black color. You need to remember that there's a pink stripe that goes through the cuff as well. I'm going to need to actually lock in some plans for the debut now that we actually have some idea of when it's going to be. That wasn't even a word. What did I just type? I wanted to try type skirt and I wrote skiing. Is that like short for short king? Actually, I think that would be like schking. Schking. That looks good. So we just need the white color back for most of the skirt. A lot of this is going to fill out like so. And then if I can correct this, we've got, I'm not going to bother rendering it out right now, but we've got like fishbone pattern going down that lanyard. So I'll just have to make sure to do that later. And we got a pink stripe that runs through the belt. And one that runs down the skirt right there. Okay. I'm just going to borrow this layer to do the choker as well. I barely know her. Okay, good. And then the last outfit. I do really appreciate how the entire outfit is just 4 colors. It just makes everything really easy to set up. It makes everything very reliable. Also, it's just really good design principle. You know, having sort of a repeating idea bouncing through rather than everything sort of being its own element just makes it a lot feel much more cohesive. We try and have like every little thing, it's its own element with its own story, and it nothing like calls back to anything else in design. It just gets noisy, you know? It gets to be too much. Oh, that was the wrong color. I have not made a salmon pink version of the halo yet. Yeah, I suppose I could, but I have not. Yeah. I don't think it's really my color, you know? Doesn't really jive. Right, and then let's just kind of isolate this out, right? That'll do. I think the shape of the triangle block is still a little bit off, but it's almost there. Right, now we gotta do some hair. Good. All right. So we're gonna do one more thing. One more thing? I don't know why I even said that. It's not even remotely true. We have a lot more things to do. I'm just a liar. I lied to you, Chad. I'm sorry. You trusted me and I deceived you. Pop that in for later. Okay, and then while we're here, actually, we can do the tail on the same layer. Good. All right. My hair colors. Okay. Grab that. Grab these guys. Yeah. Okay, good. Then what am I forgetting? Let's do the drinks before it slips my mind. Grab a reference color right here. That looks right. Come on, move. What are you stuck on? Okay, I see. Let's fill this in for right now. All right, that looks good. And then we'll just lighten this up. That. Borrow a little bit of this for the lid. Actually, yeah, you know what? I think this is fine. It varies, right? Some are white lids, some are black lids. No hard and fast rules. That's good tea. Chad, are y'all remembering to hydrate? Oh, I forgot to make a hex spot for the scalar of the eye. My model sheet. I'll need to do that later. I'm just completely round. All right, let me double check for one more bit of reference really quickly. Probably don't have it, but I just want to see. I want to see if they did something or had something visible for the mouth itself. Doesn't look like it. Oh wait, there we go. Perfection! Whoa. Right here. These. Grab all these. I'm just gonna placeholder this for a little bit. I mean, this is correct for me, but it's not gonna be correct for her. Anyway, I was thinking about, I mentioned a little bit, thinking about doing a trip in November. What I would like to do is something out of the country that I've not done in many years. Many years. So obviously there's a lot that would need to sort of like get prepared for that, for it to even be like possible. But you know, sort of thinking like, okay, if I did do this, where would I want to go? And essentially, it sort of came back down to, do I want to go back to Japan and sort of try visiting some new areas that I hadn't been to? Or did I want to go to Europe? And I was thinking about Europe because I've never been, and I thought that would be a lot of fun. The downside is I feel like if I tried to do a Euro trip, I would not spend very long in any given location, right? Like I would I would show up in one country and be there for a couple days. I did this backwards, I'm a chud. Right. I would get like 2 or 3 days in a given country to like get my fill of the country before it's time to head to the next one. Right. And I would just like keep hopping around for 2 weeks before I go home. So I would see a lot. I don't feel like I would have the time to properly explore or appreciate anything. I think that would be really unfortunate, you know? Like I could just cut down on the number of places that I would be trying to go, which would certainly partially solve that problem, but then obviously there would be a bunch of things I just never get to seeing, which would suck in its own way. So I'm kind of leaning towards Japan, but at the same time, I definitely don't want to rule Europe out. I think I have a much better idea of where I would want to go if I were to go to Japan. Definitely there are a couple of things that I've been to this or that location before, and it would be nice to revisit it, but there's a bunch of stuff, obviously, it being a country that I have never seen. I think it would be a lot of fun to sort of like go down the western side of the island and explore sort of the less popular part of Japan. Everyone sort of goes through the main population corridor along the southeast side, the west-facing side of the country always gets far less attention. That's kind of a shame, you know? So I kind of want to see that. You know, last time I was there, you couldn't really go north of Tokyo because there was kind of, you know, a tsunami slash nuclear crisis going on. So it made getting around that part of the country substantially more difficult and ill-advised. I'm not sure I even would have been able to get up there if I had wanted to. I don't think they were doing a lot of train travel through the area. Right. I'm just going to leave the heart out for right now, and we will revisit it once we get a little bit more into like the painting and effects work. Okay. I think that's about it for our base colors, except chat. Do you see what I forgot? The thing that I always fucking forget every time I draw. Every time I draw myself. Without fail. Every time, man. It's like a superpower. No, god damn it. Stop. Why don't I grab the other purple tone? I don't remember. Whatever, doesn't matter. Okay, let's just sort of knock down the intensity of that. Like so. I think that looks pretty good. Okay, where are we? So now, two things. One, let's get a color up here for the railing. I need inspiration pieces on my board that I want to use for this. Not a specific one. check really quickly, see if something immediately jumps out that I'm like, oh yes, that's like exactly the mood that I want. Probably not. Probably won't find it right off the cuff, but you never know. Hmm. Part of me wants to GM a game. I think I am falling a little bit into. I'm not sure if this is exactly the Mercer effect, but you know, listening to Brennan describe this world and all of the intricacies and the politics and the history, like, not laying everything out in like a perfect timeline of events, but clearly there is this lived history that the world has grown from. The characters are aware of their respective parts of it, and some have closer ties to one thing or another, and I think you hear someone weave a story like that, and it's very compelling to want to do something like that yourself, you know but like that is a really terrible place to start from as a GM. Like, you're setting yourself up for so much trouble trying to create such a massive, intricate world. And it's like, okay, but first you need to figure out how to, like run the game. So maybe start there, and then you can come back to weaving some master fantasy world. All right. So we're gonna try doing now is gonna be really silly, but and see if we can have some fun with it. Figure out what exactly it is we want to do. Hmm. Could have sworn I had something that might help direct this, but I don't think I actually do. It's not, no. Alright. It's alright. This is getting away from me a little bit. A little bit, a lot. Okay, I definitely have sort of a feeling in mind. Sort of like these, not quite tents, but just like ribbony coverings sort of everywhere, lacing back and forth and going different directions, but I'm not sure exactly how I want to set it up. Hmm. As I was thinking before, when I was sort of figuring out like how we were gonna block this, like where should they be standing that this pose, this action would make sense. And I think if we put a wall directly behind them, it doesn't really work. Okay. I hmm. Okay, a thought occurs to me, which I know dangerous, but I think the problem right now is, if you will, I'm kind of trying to Spider-Man it, right? Like I just have these sort of tent ribbons that are going off into nowhere, right? Which doesn't really like make sense. It doesn't explain anything of how they're working I think that is just too confusing. I think it does need to be grounded to something. I think there needs to be some sort of structure that all of this is operating off of. Even if we don't see the entirety of the structure, even if there is an implication of something bigger going on that we, only get to see a part of. I think that's going to help a lot. Right, so now instead of just sort of random flags, or random tent ribbons going every which way, we can actually sort of set it up that some are like coming down this way, some are sort of fluttering out this way. We can have one sort of covering a lot of the space here, maybe sort of cutting across this pole so it creates a good layer of depth, right? And another one. So we don't need to have like too much legibility of the background. Just make it clear, like there is stuff back there, right? I'm just looking to see if anything else sort of jumps out as being particularly like interesting. All right, I kind of like this one, but let's try one other thing just to see if that comes to mind or like starts to work. Which would be doing something a little more like space. I'm gonna want to be careful not to have anything like tangenting behind the characters. I think we're gonna leave that space pretty open. What was I looking at that gave me this idea? Where'd it go? Well, shit. Hmm. I don't really like this one. It's a little too chaotic. It doesn't quite have structure I think I would want to see from it. Hey, Sonic. Happy Choomsday. I hope you're doing well. Hope the week's off to a good start. Welcome in. Actually, that's a good one. What did the city and Planet Iguana to city? So hot. No, I'm sorry. Hopefully it'll cool down soon. Okay. Let's see. That. Okay. That might work. That could work. We were to do. All right, let's try something here. Let's try something. Not 100%. Hmm. Wait, hang on. Trying to visualize. It's not working. Okay. Okay, let's try something. Let's try something. Maybe. Maybe this will work. Oh, what if we flip it? What if we flip it? What if we were to do like this and then go like that? Then we go like that. Then we go like that. I did not choose to be sus. I was born this way. Let me be careful that this doesn't tangent. Born? Made? Popped into existence? Who can really say? Manifested. This ribbon thing might not go the way that I wanted to. It might just be kind of a dead end conceptually. I feel like I'm struggling to like understand what I want it to do. And you know what? If that's how it's gonna be, then that's okay. Let's borrow the brush that we made before because I think we can do something with it. Our pixel brush, what I want you to do now is we're going to take the ring. In fact, we're going to increase the size of the particles so that it locks in better, right? And we're going to increase the particle density so that it fills out the space nicely like this. Why are you doing this again? Whatever. As long as you'll remember my setting, I don't care. I'm not sure this is quite hitting where I want it to. It's closer, but it doesn't have like the right sense of depth to it yet. I'm just kind of throwing stuff at the wall now. See if we can get something to kind of stick and be interesting. Like almost. It almost works. It's almost there. But it's not quite the right feeling. Not sure what exactly the right feeling is in this case. Okay. I'm gonna try one more thing. I say one more. I don't know why I say that. It's not really necessarily true, but one more idea. Okay, now maybe we're getting somewhere. Yeah, I mean, that looks like shit, but... So we go back to this idea. Yeah, I don't think I want the cityscape in the background. That doesn't feel right. But if we were to do... Try this. Okay, that's something. It's something. I wouldn't quite call it good, but it's going somewhere, which is better than what we had before. We will ditch this. No, not all of it, you ninny. Just this one. On the clouds, maybe. Yeah. You know what? Maybe clouds were the way to go after all. Maybe it was always the clouds. When in doubt, chat, you cloud it out. That's I guess the art lesson for today. Write it down. It will be on the test. I do like the idea of there being like sort of a drapery over the edge of whatever this balcony is, so I think we'll keep that. I think that looks neat. You can sort of go back and forth between shaded tones for it. Let's fill these out a bit more. I think just trying to have drapery or capes, tents, ribbons, whatever it was, all over the place. Like, as much as it's a neat aesthetic, if I can figure it out, like it wasn't reading in a way that like it didn't define the space clearly, but it also didn't abstract it in a pleasing way. It was just kind of a lot of noise. I wasn't feeling it. Oh, it does not like the paint mode at that intensity. I think what we're actually going to want to do is have the fabric be brighter than the clouds behind it. I like that's a cool look, actually. What do you think, chat? How's that? I realize I'm in the way of a lot of it. How's that look to you? How's that starting to feel? I think it's getting somewhere. I think we need to clean a few ideas up, but I think it's actually like starting to come together. So let's go back here. This, I'm gonna turn the drapery off for a minute just so that I can kind of build this out a little bit more resolutely. It's gonna look really funny in the time lapse. It's just like all of these attempts to figure it out. Just nope, 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 no, definitely not. Well, there we go. Yeah. You know, I'm starting to like that. I'm starting to like that. I think that works. Let's actually start to name things now that we have an idea of what they're going to be. All right, I want to try one thing really quickly just to see how it feels. If we take our balcony, we sort of shift it into the orange tones, warmer tones. How does that look? Hey, Dawn. I'm glad you like it. Been fussing around with the background for a little bit, trying to land on something that feels good. I think we're finally getting to something that I like more. Happy Choomsday. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're enjoying. Hope the week is off to a good start. I like that. I think having a warmer foreground helps bring the attention in a little bit. So it isn't all just like cold colors on cold colors, right? Plus, that'll let us do some cool things with bounce lighting coming from one side or the other. So I think that'll be good. I think that sets us up nicely. Okay, let's go ahead and save that. And then I think our last sort of thing to do, grab some of, let's say some of this. It's actually a lot brighter than I thought it was. Okay, that's fine. Just knock it down. And here, we'll go right up here. We're gonna go, or no, shadow, yep. We're gonna set this to only a multiply because it is like a mid-tone level, so it's not very bright, or not very dark rather. But it is gonna make for some nice subtle shading. Some nice tonage. out, drowning everything out. There we go. Skin tone red? I don't think it is. Hold on 1 second. What happened here? Is this right? Yeah. Okay. You say it's right. I'll believe you. I don't know if I do, but I will. This should be sure. Actually, let's listen to this. This is a really beautiful soundtrack. I think it is actually more fitting than I thought it would be. I still don't know what I'm going to do with the music for my game. I don't know what the plan for that is. I might just need to commission someone. Because I sure as shit don't know how to make quality music. It's one of those things that if I had more time, I would absolutely love to learn how to do. Actually, like, learn how to do some proper composition. Make some heckin' good music. But as with many things, it's like, well, you have so much time and you can, it's a resource. You can spend it here, you can spend it there, but you're not going to be able to get everything. And I have mostly spec'd into the visual arts. I could learn to compose music if I wanted to put more time into it, but I think it's definitely I don't know. I wouldn't even I don't even know how I would go about streaming something like that. Okay. I think that works fine. Okay. This is a really dirty sketch, but it's okay. All right, let's get this back. And then I need this color. Just set this along like so. I'm not even gonna worry about the hand. I realized I didn't shade the hand at all. It's like, you know what? It's fine. I'm probably gonna end up doing so many redos on it anyway that, like, why bother to block it out more than we have? All right, I think that's working pretty well. So let's do one more thing. Gonna, like, really subtly. I say really subtly, and then I just, like, dump them in color, right? Subtle. Very subtle. So particularly in our shaded areas on the inside here, right? We're going to start coming with this bounce light from the counter. Sort of wash these areas with warm tone. All the sort of outward facing elements. We'll sort of give this blue wash. You know, try and keep it subtle. Try and keep it gentle so that it doesn't, like, mute or, you know, suck the warmth out of the skin tones or anything. Knock it out of the eyes just because we don't want to affect those too badly. All right, let's see what this looks like that. Okay, not bad. It's a little much. That's if we just do like a flat color. Color dodging it is rough. Yeah, if we do like a soft light and then knock it down like 50%, I think that kind of works. Like, it just adds a little bit of tone, right? We can play it up a little bit more in a few places or play it down. I think that's all right. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's save that. What do you think, Chad? How's this feeling? I think it's getting there. I think we finally sort of landed on something that feels in the direction that I was sort of vaguely imagining. Yeah. I'm just sorry, double checking. Like it. I'm glad you like it. I'm glad it is coming together. Okay, yeah. All right, let's start painting. Fuck it, let's go. I'm gonna start right here. Something still feels weird about the skin tone. I'm not sure what it is exactly. It is technically correct. It just feels, I don't know. Let's do this, right? Actually, let's do this. Let's do this. Yeah, well, we'll keep the. I realize this is not going to help what I was complaining about, but it's already perfect. Oh, stop. We have much more to do. Much and more, even. Okay. Bring this down a little bit. Some of it is going to be just kind of coming in and bringing a few ideas in. I feel like the more I progress, the more, I sort of get through like the painterly approach, the less like the prep work is still very important, right? But I find there's a lot of stuff that I'm just like, yeah, trying to like rough it in and mess with the blend and everything, like only gets me so far. I'm just not going to even worry about what it's doing or try to set something up past a certain point. I'm just gonna sort of like with the hair as an example. You know, I want to have a certain amount of subsurface scattering coming through the hair because hair does that a lot. But trying to get it blended just so in the preparation layers, the prep layers, doesn't really work. So it's one of those things of like, well, I'll just bring it in myself. I'll just figure it out. Mix in some warmer, hotter purples to get that scattering effect. I'm not going to worry about it right now. We're not going to, try and spend a bunch of time doing like layer blending to try and figure it out when it's not going to want to do it anyway. Like for this, since we have such a cool lighting in the background, you can actually have a lot of fun sort of lighting it up with this nice cyan color. Depending on the lighting, you know, the brightening of the blue hair sometimes just like brings it closer to white, which I don't know. I personally find blue does not lighten very easily. Like it either warms towards the cyan or it just kind of becomes more silvery because you can only make it so much more blue, you know? That's been my experience. All right. I'm going to jump over to Mookie for just a little bit, just to sort of figure out a couple of things in here, right? Just make sure that our various ideas are balancing well, making sense, feel good. And like along the face, we're definitely going to have, you know, the shaded side of the chin and the jawline, but it shouldn't be too dark. I'm going to save the really darkly shaded areas for like the underside of the, or where the jaw meets the neck, stuff like that. This could be more subtle. I actually kind of like the color that we've gotten for the base of the lashes here. Like, Wookie has more colors going on. Actually, this one's also really good. So if we just sort of fill this in, right? And then there are just a few areas where the lighting sort of catch it the right way, where it's sort of thinning out, and so this part is like brighter. See, this is a lot of why I do the prep work in the way that I do. As one of my friends put it a long time ago, I'm basically sort of laying out my palette on the canvas. Right? So I don't need to have like this big swatch of colors off in a corner somewhere, or have my references up that I'm constantly referring back to grab the right colors. Everything that I need is right in front of me. I'm just color selecting. I can just color select directly from the drawing and get the things that I need where I need them. And for the most part, it works very well. It's just a few cases, like what I was saying with the hair, of just, oh, you know, I'll just lay down the core work and then sort of figure out what it needs to get to the place that I ultimately want it to be. Also, just because this part always really bothers me, and I want to go ahead and resolve it now. The eyes without the highlighting in them always just feels very lifeless. It feels very strange. So I want to go ahead and block those things in. Probably do something a little more specific with it later, but for right now, this will do just fine. Hey, Tisha. Happy Tuesday. I hope your week is going well so far. Thank you. I'm glad you like the art. We've wrestled with it for a bit, but I think it's coming into its own. How are you doing? Ooh, that's nice. Go eepy. Understandable. It's going pretty well. Getting a lot done during the day. A lot of progress on the model. So I'm feeling good about that. I think the end is almost in sight. I'm gonna knock some of this out just because it's gonna get in the way of the shape. The face does look weird. The face looks weird. Want to fix it. How do I fix it? Okay. I think the main thing is just that it doesn't quite have the right planar setup, and also it has no chin. And that looks very strange. So let's give her a chin. It's a terrible thing to not have a chin. Could spend forever on the eyes if we want to. Certainly not a terrible way to spend the evening, but we've got a lot today to get this one where it needs to go. Yeah, let's come back to the eyes. We will resolve eye-related questions at a later date. And kind of warm up the nose because we've got so much scattered lighting coming through. It's not going to be in very deep shadow anyway. I think we'll see how things look by Monday. But if I can actually hit my target, then I think we can be pretty confident about locking in the debut date. I think it just depends a lot on how things go this week. There you go. Yeah, the shadow underneath the nose. I think. Okay, yeah. Let's shape the nose up a little bit, particularly using the shadow. Sorry, cut out some of the underside because I think we made it a little too extreme. We can also tilt it up a bit, right? Introduce some of the nostril. Under part. I'm forgetting a detail in here. all whales. Alrighty, T. She'll appreciate you popping in. Hope you have a very good midweek and see you next time. Everyone say goodnight. Okay, yeah. So this should be a bit more good here. And then this needs to control the shape more. That's what I'm doing. Like, I knew there was something. There's always something. So, with all of that said, I think the mouth might still be a little too high. A little too high up. Let's just trim the lip down, yeah? Yeah, good. Okay. Sort of the underside of the jaw here to get a little bit of that showing up. Not as much as we might otherwise, because the lowering of the jaw is going to sort of conceal most of that plane, right? Okay, so let's bring this in. And then, because it's going to be such a bright scene, and it's so localized, we can bounce some of her hair color off of the collar, like that. Okay, and let's bring the hair out a little bit. Actually, let's do more. Let's do more, because we've got the wind like blowing the drapery, right? It doesn't really make sense for the wind to be blowing the cloth around, but then the hair is just like a perfect shell that doesn't move. So we're gonna do some restructuring here. We're gonna go crazy. We're gonna do it. I think the hair sort of draping over the arm, I think that's fine, right? Like that's sort of getting like pressed in and resting that way. So that's whatever. But I think especially the hair around the face and some of the looser strands on this should be getting blown around. Sort of build this up a little bit. Follow the direction that everything's getting pushed. Meanwhile, this side is going to be getting a little bit sort of pulled in and flattened, right? I realized earlier I have not ridden my bike in like a week and a half because of the weather last week. So gotta get back into it this week. Start out, you know, fairly short. Build back up to my 50. We want to do a couple more 50 runs and then before trying for a 60. 60 is the goal for the end of the summer. I think we've been progressing towards that really well, even with the interruption this past week. So I think we can do it. I was trying to think if I wanted to do an even longer ride, like a 70 or an 80 mile, where I would even like go to fit that. I would basically start combining some of my other routes just to sort of reach the target. Come on, honestly. Thank you. Okay, so let's just grab this whole shenanigans. I'm just gonna kind of this. Unfortunately, that covers the little thing that we did on the collar, so we don't really get to enjoy that anymore, but I think it's all right. I think getting the updates to the hair, making it more physical and reactive is worth it. Maybe the hair. Maybe this does need to move. Shit, I think it does need to move, chat. Chat, I think we gotta kill this guy. It's just I feel like the billowing effect wasn't complete while this one was like still sitting in place, right? It just looked half-assed. It's like it's already starting to have a clear effect this way. This feels like a very substantial rework to do. That's okay. As a man, sometimes you have to make bold decisions. Let's see. Chad, if you were to go on a trip, where would you want to go? What would be your ideal destination? That looks better, I think. I think that is just more interesting. I think it's more fun. Obviously, it's not done, right? Like, there's still a lot to sort of do, but I think even what we have just is like, yeah, no, that's the play. I think the answer to anything about it that feels sort of weird is just like, well, it's not done and you gotta finish it. Just fill out some of the remaining shapes and ideas that are just not there yet, you know? Okay, I'm gonna do one thing. I'm gonna copy paste this just because I like what we have there, but we need to sort of work through this shape and trying to do them one behind the other and work around it like that just is not working. It doesn't play nice. We have this sitting there like that on another layer where it's out of the way. What? Oh. So why is my brush changing? It's because I'm a chud. I'm hitting the wrong button. So that's what chuds do. Okay, good. I don't want to spend forever working on this, but I think our setup, the plan, is looking good. We'll revisit, the rest of it or get everything in line. I think we're off to a really good start with it. Well, I say a really good start. I think the revisions are looking really good. So move this out a little bit. Yeah, there we go. It's a little bit of time, right? Okay, we're gonna have to do the same thing for Kaiga's hair in a little bit. I'm not gonna worry about that right this moment. I think more important in the immediate is sort of resolving some of the additional volume work that we didn't get to in the setup. Building out some of the shapes, some of the additional lighting. Didn't quite get the bounce light effect that I was hoping to achieve, so we might play that up a little bit more. I think trying to do just like a broad wash of color. It just didn't it didn't get the feeling right. Good. All right, I think that's looking pretty good. I realized I got rid of the cat head. I kind of drew that out of existence. We'll work it back in. It's not a big deal. Nothing to panic over. That said, one of the things I will want to be sure to do as well is actually introduce some proper fabric, because right now the shirt, the top, is looking very, very stiff. And it's such a wild design. I'm not 100% sure how the drapery on this works. If I'm being really honest. But we can fuddle some stuff out. Especially up here where the arm would be sort of compressing things. Probably along here we would get a little bit of pinching. Sort of anywhere that there's a pressure point. the cloth is going to compress along those lines. The weird part essentially is right here, right? Like normally you would have cloth sort of draping around, but here it's like it's being sort of held in place by this V shape. And maybe it is. Maybe there's just not room for, or maybe there is like stitching that sort of keeps the shape more rigid. Who rightly knows? I bet the shadow knows. The shadow knows what lurks in the hearts of men. You know, I don't think I would want the ability to read people's minds. I think that would get really ugly really quickly. I think if I were to have a superpower like that, I would want to have the ability to read people's intention. I would want to be able to tell when somebody did something or said something. What were they trying to do? What was the idea? Was it coming from a good place, a malicious place, a stupid place, a selfish place? I think that would be very helpful. It's like, I don't need to know all the specifics of your thought process. I just need to, I just want to know what was the feeling behind it, you know? Where am I wanting to go? There you are. I think we can actually do sort of a subsurface scattering for the jacket, similar to the skin, where it sort of gets like this rich pink tone before it transitions into a colder shadow. I think that makes sense. Because fabric is not a solid surface either, right? It has volume, and the textile will sort of allow some amount of light to pass through it. So it's going to have a subsurface effect, same as skin does and hair does. The particulars of the physics are going to be different, but the concept is the same. So you can do something like that. And then I think we can have a little bit of a bounce light. But, let's not make it blue, because that would be too strong. If we just mute it, make it closer to gray, then that will read as blue, or at least as a cool tone compared to the surrounding material. Like that. Sort of take the warmer bit of the shadow just to help drive that effect home. Okay. Yeah, I think that's working. I think that's looking pretty good overall. I'm just gonna keep. So it might take us a little while. There's a lot to work through. You know? Not in any rush or anything. I'm just sort of looking at it and seeing like how many pieces we still need to resolve. It's like, yeah, this could be a minute. Okay. So this out a little bit, round that shape out so it's more natural, more organic. And I'm sort of going through the arm straps a little bit just because, you know, it helps to make the arm itself feel a bit more continuous. You know, do the draw through. Also, you know, I think we can knock back the intensity of the shadow, the coverage of it in a lot of places. It doesn't need to be really dark shadow all over the place all the time, you know? So I am gonna, okay, yeah, so arms filling out a little much. We do want to have that negative space in the armpit, even if it's only for a brief moment. Back here My work is doing a lot of forcing down. Honestly, why is it that strong? Hang on. Oh, because it like blends with the shadow, I guess. And just suddenly knocks it down really hard. I guess that's what's going on. It's like if I turn the shadow layer off, you see it gets way, way, way more gentle. But then the shadow is just being mean to it. Alright, well, that's fine. I'm gonna do one thing though, just because I think it'll be helpful to have, is I want to knock some of this back right along here, just so that we have some of that color to sample from. In case we need it. Okay. Oh, what am I? What are we doing? All right. Give me some of this. Gonna blend a few of these together. Good. So, looking at this a little bit, yeah, I'm just sort of fill out the volume, and that's fine, right? We can bounce a little bit of light off of this just to get something kind of going. I want to bring some of this warm, orangey inner tone. So that there's more like integration, right? Particularly in the shaded areas where bounce light has more of an effect. Don't want to completely shift it over to the other color, but definitely have a noticeable effect from it. Yeah, maybe something like that. It's not bad. And pull some of that into maybe the hair. Well, the hair is always really interesting. I miss the part about reading people's intentions. Fair enough. Kind of hard to do both. It's like that rubbing your belly and tapping your would. It really would. Just like all the unfiltered thoughts pouring in. Ugh. No, thank you. I don't know. I think being able to like I said, being able to understand, especially if someone does something fucking stupid, understanding like why they did it, or having a better read of like, is this malicious? Are you an asshole? Are you an idiot? Are you trying to be nice and then just not doing a good job at it? It's like I was talking about in the Critical Role episode earlier. The guy doing an insight check on this person that he's talking with, and trying to sort of gauge behind what the person is saying, what are the other tells indicating about this person's intention and personality. The way they carry themselves, the way they look, the way that they sort of their eyes flit about the room, stuff like that. On Babylon 5, people can hire telepaths to help with business deals. They don't read the minds of people involved, they just report on the intentions. Yeah, see? Though, is that like professional discretion? Like we could read their minds and see their thoughts directly. We're not going to tell you. We could, but that's not part of the agreement. So blue wrapping around from the outside, right? Get some variation in the light sources. Supposedly there are strict rules about what telepaths are allowed to do. I imagine so. I feel like that would be one of those self-enforcement things that even, you know, if nobody else has jurisdiction over their capabilities, you know, governments or factions or whatever, the telepaths themselves would be like, listen, we need to set ground rules on what we can do, because if people find out that we can do certain things or find out that we have been doing certain things, it's gonna make trouble for all of us. So don't do it. A little bit shorter. There. I'm doing the same thing on Kaiga's hair that I did on Mookie's hair. Like, well, we're gonna add some wind billow to it, right? But that means we need to reshape it. We need to fill in the parts of the drawing that were going to be covered by the hair and figure out the new dynamics. I feel like being able to read intentions would make dating a lot more straightforward. Yeah, Cyclops are very powerful telepaths and enforce the rules to protect their own people as well as the mundanes. The frickin' normies. I keep feeling like I should watch Babylon 5. I know it's a well done show. It's a little hard to approach, you know. I feel like there are some parts of it that have not aged super well. It's hard. It's hard to age well. The acting is reasonably good. Yeah, the story is the part to me that's very compelling, and I really wanna get to see. Right, we need a little bit more just to finish things out. What do we want to do here? This will work. I'm actually going to pull this out just a little bit farther. I think this will sort of flow like that, right? This might even kind of trail across the side. I don't know. I will die on this hill. I want a BattleTech show. I look at it and I'm like, you've got the clan, well, not clans, but you've got the house politics, you've got the mercenary action, you've got cool science fiction, you've got spaceships and giant robots. I'm just like, this writes itself. Which I don't understand. I will fully admit, like, I would not be the person necessarily to write the show, the story. I don't know the source material well enough, and I'm not, you know, I don't consider myself to be an especially good writer. But, you know, that's what you hire good writers for. And not even just one writer, you know, you get a good writer to block out the story, you get a good script writer to you know, flesh it with interesting dialogue and interactions, strong moments, strong beats. You know, oftentimes with these things, you get multiple people because, you know, you'll have different teams working on different episodes, and each one sort of brings their own personality and strengths and ideas to their respective parts of the project. Like, I don't know. Maybe BattleTech is just going to be a video game, right? We have Mech Warrior. I still want to get Mech Warrior 5. I was talking with my roommate about it. Apparently they played it and it's pretty good. They have some issues with it. Some things that are kind of weird, and they were telling me, I'm like, yeah, that is weird. But I still want to give it a shot at some point. Maybe I'll like it more than I expect. It happens sometimes, you know? I feel like if they were able to get a substantial audience for Pacific Rim, they should be able to do it for BattleTech. I feel like they could. I feel like it's possible. I think the one thing that might be a little bit different, shall we say, like Pacific Rim was a hell of a vibe, right? And was good vibe. Not knocking it at all. This would be definitely more chasing after sort of that Song of Ice and Fire that everybody wants to have. Like, it would be that sort of combination of multiple appealing things that, you know, could maybe try to win in a big audience. It would not be the popcorn pew pew kaboom that Pacific Rim was. Like, people get mad when I say Pacific Rim is one of the best dumb movies of all time. Like, the way that it is done, the way that it is executed is incredibly smart. But the movie itself, in terms of like its narrative and its characters and its messaging and all that, is not highbrow. You get what I mean? Like, I love Pacific Rim. I am not saying this is a bad thing, but it is not like it's not going in there trying to like blow anybody's minds with high-minded ideas. But the fact that it's not trying to is what allows it to be successful. If it were trying to do those things, then it's like, yeah, you're not hitting it. But that's okay. Because it's not after that goal. It knows what it wanted to do and it did it. Whereas, yeah, I think this would have a lot more of that sort of Game of Thrones feel with, you know, the political intrigue and the machinations. I think it would really feel what I would want it to feel like would be The Expanse, right? You have different groups in different strata of society. You know, some are much more like in the dirt and muck of the day-to-day. Some of them are sort of sequestered in the political circles. All of their storylines are sort of unknowingly tied together, but they're not necessarily directly interacting with each other for at least for, you know, long periods of the story. And each one is sort of dealing with their own storylines and investigating things going forward until things start to like coalesce into a collision point. And I want to see it. I feel like there would be a decent number of people that would be excited right off the bat with the announcement of it. And I think enough people could get on board that it would be reasonably successful, at least. I think there's two problems. I've talked about both problems before. Is one, nobody wants decently successful, right? They want cultural touchstone successful. Modest or moderate success, or even pretty good success, is not enough. They want everything. Two, you know, at least among nerds, I think Mech Warrior and Battletech and the associated, you know, franchises, Mech Assault and all that, it's like they're decently well known. Outside of that, no, definitely not at all. But you know, if you had said in like 2005, we're going to make a show based on A Song of Ice and Fire, most of the population would have gone, what is that? You're like, it's a fantasy novel, or it's a series of fantasy novels. What, like Lord of the Rings? No, no, it's actually like not like Lord of the Rings at all. Like I personally do not think A Song of Ice and Fire was a very well-known series of books until the show started gaining popularity. I'm not either, and I picked up the books quite quickly once the show kicked off, as I was like, oh, this is really interesting. I actually like the books a lot. But I don't know. At the same time, I think if you're, you know, looking for the next big thing, as I've said, the next big thing is not trying to do the thing that had already been done, right? You need to try something else. You need to look in unexpected places. Even the times where they're trying to do the same thing over again, hoping that it'll land the same way a second time, is not really working out for him, right? HBO's tried to do it with House of the Dragon, not super successful. Amazon tried to do it with Rings of Power, not successful. Trying to think what other Netflix had The Witcher, which was initially successful until the writers lobotomized themselves. Actually, that's not fair, because I think The Witcher was in production during the writer strikes. So it wasn't so much that the writers like lost their minds, it's more that the show lost the writers. And it turns out you kind of need them if you want a decent story. Also, the producers started like trying to interfere with it, and Henry Cavill walked because he didn't like what they were trying to do, and the whole thing kind of just went to shit. And poor, I want to say it was Liam Hemsworth, one of the Hemsworth brothers, became the new Geralt, and I don't know, what little I saw of him, I think he did an okay job. Like, The Witcher was absolutely one of Henry Cavill's, you know, pet projects. He liked it a lot. He really cared about it. And trying to step into that is a big thing to ask for any actor, especially when the rest of the show is such a letdown. Like, there's just nothing you can do there. All right, just trying to balance this out a little bit more really quickly. It is sad how it fell off. It had a really good first season. I never finished the second season. But I think that one is considered pretty good as well. And then yeah, it just continues to trend downhill. I think by season 4, maybe 5, is just kind of like season 4 or 5. I don't remember which one it was. Was when Hemsworth came in, and by that point, the show's just like already on life support. You know, last thing I will say, and waiting to wrap things up, but the I was watching that video the other week on Davies, you know, playing Gimli in Lord of the Rings. And, you know, the dude had a lot of criticisms of the project that, or, you know, expected criticisms. Things that he was like, yeah, this thing is going to be a fucking failure of a project and a dud, and I'm not getting involved with it. Right? Until he got forced to, effectively. But one of the things that he said prior to, you know, taking the gig and going out there was Lord of the Rings cannot be adapted. Right? This is not an approachable story that you can hope to make sense of as a film. Either just because of the structure of the narrative or the absurdity of trying to realize the world of Middle Earth. It's just like, don't try. It's not going to work. And obviously, we know how that turned out. And to his credit, like, Davies said he was wrong and became a huge advocate for the movies. But like that initial expectation of, yeah, this will not adapt, this will not work. It's like, yeah, but somebody looked at it and thought about it and worked the problem and figured out a way forward for it, and it became one of the greatest films of all time. So you don't know. I can understand why. Oh, 100%. Like, you have this like pulp film director from New Zealand putting together a studio to adapt a notoriously difficult story into a trilogy of films. And it's like, are you insane? Who approved this? And to be fair, I think, like, if it hadn't gone well, whoever at New Line did sign off on the project probably would have been kicked out of the entire industry. Right? Of just like, you bet on the wrong horse and now your career is getting torpedoed with it. You're getting sent to the glue factory. So good for all involved that it worked out, but and kind of the same deal that after Lord of the Rings, everyone wanted their Lord of the Rings. It's like, what else? What other books can we adapt? And to be fair, we've been adapting books for ages, so that's not like a direct response to Lord of the Rings per se, but it is very like everyone wanted their fantasy epic after Lord of the Rings made all the money. All right, that's getting there. I like the way the hair's coming out, but it is time, chat. We gotta go ahead and wrap things up. I think we got this to a good spot, though. I think this is feeling good. I think it has a good atmosphere now. I think it is making sense in reading. So, like I said, Thursday, I think we're going to do a little one-off project and see how that goes. So probably won't work on this, but we'll pick it up again on Saturday and keep carrying forward with it. But thank you all for hanging out. Thank you for the raids. Thank you for the support, for chatting, for chilling. It's good to have y'all here. I'm gonna go ahead and shut down the YouTube stream. Everyone say good night to the VOD squad, and we are gonna find somebody to raid. Alrighty.